Long before ballots and debates, democracy was born beneath olive trees and echoed through marble halls. But it wasn't all noble speeches and proud citizens. It was messy, uncertain, and often very sleepy tonight. We trace the quiet beginnings of democracy from the flicker of an idea in ancient Athens to the long road of voices learning to count. Gently, slowly, we'll follow the whispers that would one day shake empires. If soft tales of ancient ideas and brave thinkers help ease your night, welcome aboard. Dust, subscribe now and tap the bell icon to keep wandering through the calm side of history's loudest milestones. Before we continue, I'd love to know, where are you listening from and what time is it for you right now? It's always amazing to see how far our quiet little stories are reaching. You might imagine that democracy was born from grand revolutionary fervor, with passionate speeches about freedom echoing through marble halls. But the truth is far more mundane, far more human in its mesenses. In the year 508 BCE, Athens didn't experience a revolution. It experienced what we might call an institutional reorganization, carried out by a man who probably never intended to change the world. Cleisthenes, the architect of Athenian democracy, was not a firebrand revolutionary. He was a pragmatic aristocrat from the Alcmaeonidae family, one of the oldest and most respected lineages in Athens. His family had produced generals, politicians, and even Olympic victors. They owned vast estates in the Attic countryside, maintained elegant houses in the city, and could trace their ancestry back through generations of prominent citizens. Yet here was Cleisthenes, a man born into privilege, about to dismantle the very system that had elevated his family to power. The circumstances that led to this transformation were not particularly dramatic. Athens in the late 6th century BCE was experiencing what we might call growing pains. The city-state had outgrown its traditional tribal structure, which had been based on kinship groups descended from the original Ionian settlers. These four ancient tribes, the Geliantes, Hoplites, Agycarius, and Argades, had once made sense when Athens was a collection of villages scattered across the Attic Peninsula. But as the city grew, as trade expanded, as people moved from rural areas to the urban center, these old divisions became increasingly meaningless. The problem was not just administrative, but deeply political. The four tribes had become vehicles for aristocratic families to maintain their influence. A small number of powerful clans could effectively control tribal decisions. And, since the tribes were the basis for military service, religious participation, and political representation, this control translated into domination over the entire city. The system was choking on its own traditions. Into this complex situation stepped Cleisthenes not as a revolutionary, but as a problem solver. He had recently returned from exile, not uncommon experience for Athenian politicians of his. Aron found himself in an odd position. The tyrant Hippias had been overthrown, but the power vacuum left behind was being filled by his rival Isagoras, another aristocrat who seemed likely to establish his own form of autocratic rule. Cleisthenes needed support, and the only untapped source of support was the very people who had been marginalized by the old system, the ordinary citizens of Athens. His solution was characteristically methodical. Rather than appealing to abstract principles of equality or justice, Cleisthenes proposed a comprehensive reorganization of Athenian society. He would create 10 new tribes, each carefully constructed to break the power of the old aristocratic networks. But the genius of his system lay in its details, in the boring bureaucratic arrangements that made it work. Each of the new tribes would be composed of 3 sections called trides, one from the city center, one from the coastal areas, and one from the inland regions. This meant that each tribe would be a microcosm of all Athens, containing urban merchants, coastal fishermen and traders, and rural farmers and landowners. No single geographic area or economic interest could dominate any tribe, and no traditional Aristocratic family could control an entire tribal structure. The practical implications were staggering. Military service, which had been organized by the old tribes, would now be reorganized. Each of the 10 new tribes would provide one general, elected directly by tribal members. Religious festivals, which had been controlled by the old aristocratic families, would be democratized. Each tribe would have its own patron hero, its own festivals, its own sense of identity that transcended the old family-based loyalties. But perhaps most importantly, Cleisthenes established the Council of 500, chosen by lot from the 10 tribes. This council would prepare the agenda for the assembly, the gathering of all citizens that would make the major decisions for Athens. The mundane work of government reviewing proposed laws, managing finances, overseeing public works would be distributed among ordinary citizens who would serve for limited terms. The transformation was not immediate. The old aristocratic families didn't simply disappear, and many of them adapted to the new system, learning to work within it rather than against it. But something fundamental had changed. For the first time in recorded history, a society had created institutions that systematically prevented any single group from monopolizing political power. The everyday citizens of Athens would have experienced this change gradually. A farmer from the inland deme of Acharni might find himself serving on the council alongside a merchant from the Piraeus harbor and a craftsman from the city center. They would have different accents, different concerns, different ways of understanding the world. But they would all be equal participants in the boring, essential work of governance. As the new system took root, ordinary Athenians began to develop what we might call democratic habits. They learned to speak in public, to debate policy, to compromise with people whose interests differed from their own. They developed a vocabulary of civic participation that would echo through the centuries. They created, almost accidentally, the intellectual and institutional foundations for what we now call democracy. But questions remained. Who exactly counted as a citizen in this new system? How would the assembly actually function when thousands of people gathered to make decisions? And perhaps most importantly, would this experiment in shared governance actually work when faced with the real challenges of war, economic crisis, and social conflict? These questions would be answered not through grand speeches or philosophical treatises, but through the slow, mundane process of ordinary people learning to govern themselves. The story of Athenian democracy is, at its heart, a story about bureaucracy, about the boring institutional arrangements that make self-governance possible. And like all good bureaucratic innovations, its true significance would only become clear over time. The sun rose over Athens on a morning in early 450 BCE, casting long shadows across the agora as citizens began their slow migration toward the Nix Hill. Today was an assembly day, one of the 40 or so times each year when the democratic machinery of Athens would grind into motion. For modern observers, the spectacle might seem chaotic, even primitive. But for the citizens of Athens, this was simply how decisions got made. The logistics alone were staggering. Imagine trying to organize a meeting of 6,000 people in an age before microphones, before printed agendas, before any of the technologies we take for granted in modern democratic processes. The Nix Hill had been carefully shaped for this purpose, carved into a natural amphitheater that could accommodate the crowd. Stone walls directed the flow of citizens, while the curved slope ensured that even those in the back rows could see and hear the proceedings. But the real work of democracy happened long before the assembly convened. In the modest building known as the Bouleuterion, the Council of 500 had been meeting regularly to prepare the day's agenda. These were not professional politicians or career civil servants, but ordinary citizens who had been selected by lot to serve for 1 year. A pottery merchant from the coastal deme of Sunum might find himself sitting next to a farmer from inland Acharni, both puzzling over the details of a proposed trade. agreement, or the budget for repairing the city's water system. The selection process itself was a marvel of democratic engineering. Each of the 10 tribes provided 50 council members, but these were not chosen by popular election. Instead, they were selected by lot from a pool of volunteers who met the basic citizenship requirements. This seemingly random process served a crucial function. It prevented the wealthy and well-connected from monopolizing political office, while ensuring that the council roughly represented the demographic composition of Athens. The daily routine of these council members was decidedly unglamorous. They met in the early morning, often before dawn, to review petitions from citizens, reports from military commanders, and proposals from the various magistrates who managed the city's affairs. They examined the financial accounts of religious festivals, debated the merits of different construction projects, and sorted through the endless administrative details that kept a city-state functioning. 1 month out of each year, 50 council members from a single tribe would serve as the prytany, the executive committee responsible for the day-to-day operations of government. These men would actually live in the Bluterian, sleeping in simple quarters adjacent to the council chamber, taking their meals together, and maintaining a continuous presence to handle emergencies or unexpected developments. Each day, one member of the prytany would be chosen by lot to serve as the epistates, the chairman for that single day. The epistates held enormous responsibility for exactly 24 hours. He would safeguard the sacred seals of the city, manage the public treasury, and oversee the preparations for the next assembly meeting. Then, at sunset, he would hand over these responsibilities to the next randomly selected chairman. This rotation of power, this refusal to allow any individual to accumulate authority, was perhaps the most radical aspect of Athenian democracy. When the assembly finally convened, the process was both formal and surprisingly direct. 9 presidents. The prodroi would be chosen by lot from the council members not serving as prytany that day. These men would manage the proceedings, but they held no special authority beyond their temporary role as meeting chairs. Any citizen could request to speak, and the decision of whether to grant that request lay with the assembled crowd, not with the presiding officers. The debates themselves were exercises in mass, deliberation that would seem alien to modern democratic practice. There were no time limits on speeches, no formal rules of order, no mechanism for preventing repetition or irrelevance. A citizen would approach the speaker's platform, often a simple stone rostrum, and address the crowd directly. He might be interrupted by shouts of approval or disapproval, heckled by opponents, or simply ignored if his arguments failed to capture the assembly's attention. Voting was accomplished by the simple expedient of raising hands. The prodroi would call for a show of hands on each side of a question, then attempt to count or estimate the relative numbers. In cases where the result was unclear, they might call for a second vote or ask citizens to move to different sections of the meeting space to make counting easier. For certain special decisions, such as the procedure of ostracism, secret ballots were used, with citizens scratching names on broken pottery sherds called astraka. The consequences of these votes were immediate and binding. Unlike modern democratic systems with their complex procedures for legislative review, judicial oversight, and executive implementation, Athenian democracy operated on the principle of direct popular sovereignty. When the assembly voted to go to war, the city went to war. When it voted to construct new public works, the projects began. When it voted to ostracize a prominent citizen, that person had 10 days to leave Athens for a decade of exile. This immediacy gave Athenian democracy a vitality that modern systems often lack, but it also created obvious problems. The assembly could be swayed by eloquent speakers, panicked by rumors, or manipulated by demagogues who appealed to popular prejudices rather than reasoned argument. The system had no mechanisms for protecting minority rights or preventing the majority from making decisions that might prove disastrous in the long term. Yet somehow, it worked. For nearly 2 centuries, Athens maintained a system of government that involved ordinary citizens in the daily decisions of statecraft. Farmers and craftsmen, merchants and soldiers learned to debate complex questions of law and policy. They developed a sophisticated understanding of rhetoric and argument, a deep appreciation for the importance of civic participation, and a fierce pride in their democratic institutions. The mundane details of this system, the rotation of offices, the use of lots to select officials, the careful preparation of assembly agendas may seem boring to modern readers. But these were the innovations that made democracy possible. They solved practical problems that no previous society had successfully addressed: how to prevent the concentration of power, how to ensure broad participation in government, how to create institutions that could function without a monarch or aristocratic elite. As the sun set over Athens and the citizens dispersed from the Nix Hill, they carried with them the satisfaction of having participated in something unprecedented in human history. They had governed themselves, made collective decisions about their common future, and maintained a system that, for all its flaws, represented a remarkable experiment in human self-organization. But even as the system reached its peak, questions lingered. Could this form of democracy survive military defeat or economic crisis? Could it function in a society larger than a single city-state? And perhaps, most troubling, what would happen to democratic institutions when they were no longer supported by the particular conditions that had allowed them to flourish in Athens? The morning of the assembly meeting in 399 BCE carried an unusual weight of solemnity. The citizens gathering on the Nix Hill were not debating war or peace, nor the construction of new temples or the allocation of public funds. Instead, they were serving as jurors in a trial that would reveal the tensions and contradictions at the heart of Athenian democracy. The defendant was Socrates the philosopher, whose relentless questioning had made him both famous and infamous throughout the city. The trial of Socrates exposed the fundamental paradox of Athenian democracy. It was a system that celebrated rationale, discourse, and civic participation, yet it was also capable of being swayed by passion, prejudice, and popular hysteria. The charges against Socrates were vague and largely political, corrupting the youth. Impiety, introducing new gods, but the underlying issue was his persistent criticism of democratic institutions and his association with some of Athens' most notorious anti-democratic figures. The contradiction was embodied in the trial's procedures. Here was a system that prided itself on open debate and rational deliberation, yet it was being used to silence a man whose only crime was asking difficult questions. The 6,000 citizens who had determined Socrates' fate were the same. People who had spent decades perfecting the art of democratic participation. Yet they were about to demonstrate how democracy could become a tool of intellectual oppression. This tension between democratic ideals and democratic practice had been building for decades. The Athenian system, for all its innovations, had always been limited in scope and participation. Citizenship was restricted to adult males whose fathers had been citizens, a requirement that excluded women, slaves, and the medics resident. Foreigners, who made up a significant portion of Athens' population, of the roughly 250,000 people living in Attica, only about 30,000 were eligible to participate in the assembly. Even among citizens, participation was uneven. The requirements of daily life, farming, crafts, trade made it difficult for many to attend assembly meetings regularly. The system was designed to accommodate about 6,000 citizens at any given assembly, but this quorum was often difficult to achieve. The city eventually had to institute attendance payments to encourage participation, a practical acknowledgement that democratic citizenship required economic support. The economic foundations of Athenian democracy were perhaps its most troubling aspect. The leisure required for extensive political participation was made possible by the labor of slaves, who comprised perhaps one-third of the population. The wealth that supported Athens' democratic institutions came from the tribute paid by subject cities in the Delian League, essentially an empire that Athens had constructed in the aftermath of the Persian Wars. Democracy at home coexisted with imperialism abroad. These contradictions became more pronounced as Athens faced the prolonged stress of the Peloponnesian War. The demands of military conflict strained the democratic system in ways that its founders had not anticipated. Emergency powers were granted to generals, normal assembly procedures were suspended, and the careful balance of institutions that had prevented the concentration of power began to break down. The war also revealed the susceptibility of democratic institutions to demagogic manipulation. Leaders like Cleon and Alcibiades learned to appeal directly to the emotions of the assembly, bypassing the careful deliberative processes that had been built into the system. They promised easy victories, scapegoated political opponents, and used the democratic process to pursue personal ambitions that had little to do with the common good. The most dramatic example of democratic failure came in for 15 BCE, when the assembly voted to launch the disastrous expedition to Sicily. The decision was made in an atmosphere of excitement and overconfidence, with little realistic assessment of the military and logistical challenges involved. The expedition resulted in the destruction of an entire Athenian fleet and the loss of thousands of lives, a catastrophe that might have been avoided if the democratic system had included more effective checks on popular enthusiasm. Even more troubling was the assembly's treatment of its own military commanders. In 406 BCE, after the naval victory at Arginusi, the assembly voted to execute 6 of the 8 generals who had commanded the fleet, because they had failed to rescue survivors from damaged ships during a storm. The decision was made in a moment of popular anger, without proper legal procedures, and it deprived Athens of some of its most experienced military leaders. Just as the war was reaching its climax, these episodes revealed that democratic institutions were only as good as the people who operated them. The careful constitutional arrangements that Cleisthenes had designed could not prevent the assembly from making emotional decisions, could not protect minority rights when the majority was determined to suppress them, and could not ensure that democratic procedures would be used to promote the common good rather than factional interests. The execution of Socrates in 399 BCE represented the culmination of these tensions. The philosopher had spent his life questioning the assumptions of Athenian society, including its faith in democratic institutions. His method of persistent questioning, his association with aristocratic critics of democracy, and his general skepticism about the wisdom of popular rule had made him a target of democratic suspicion. When the assembly voted to condemn him to death, it was not just eliminating a troublesome intellectual. It was expressing its rejection of the kind of critical thinking that democracy, in theory, should have encouraged. Yet even as Athenian democracy was revealing its limitations, it was also demonstrating its resilience. The system survived military defeat, economic crisis, and periodic attempts at oligarchic revolution. It adapted to changing circumstances, incorporated new procedures and institutions, and maintained the basic principle of popular sovereignty even under extreme stress. The trial of Socrates was a failure of democratic practice, but it was also a testament to the robustness of democratic institutions. The legacy of Athenian democracy was thus deeply ambiguous. It had demonstrated that ordinary citizens could participate meaningfully in the complex work of governance, that political power could be distributed rather than concentrated, and that societies could be organized around principles of equality and participation rather than hierarchy and domination. But it had also revealed the potential for democratic institutions to be used for oppression. the difficulty of maintaining rational deliberation in the face of popular passion, and the challenge of protecting individual rights within a system based on majority rule as Athens entered the 4th century BCE. Its democratic institutions would continue to evolve and adapt, but the fundamental questions raised by the trial of Socrates would remain unresolved. How could democratic systems balance majority rule with minority rights? How could they maintain rational deliberation while accommodating popular participation? And how could they prevent the concentration of power while still providing effective governance? These questions would echo through the centuries, challenging every society that attempted to build institutions based on democratic principles. The Athenian experiment had provided a model, but it had also revealed the enduring tensions and contradictions that would define the democratic tradition. The story of democracy was far from over. It was just beginning to grapple with the complexities that would shape its future development. The Roman Forum in 287 BCE was a maze of competing voices, each claiming to represent the true interests of the Roman people. But if you had wandered through the crowded streets and listened carefully to the debates echoing from the various assembly sites, you would have noticed something peculiar. This wasn't really democracy as the Athenians would have understood it. Instead, it was something far more complex. A careful balance of competing institutions that would define Roman politics for the next 5 centuries. The Roman Republic had emerged from the collapse of the monarchy in 509 BCE. But it had not replaced royal authority with popular rule. Instead, it had created what political theorists would later call a mixed constitution, a system that combined elements of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy in a delicate institutional balance. The result was a form of government that was simultaneously more stable and more limited than Athenian democracy, more responsive to elite interests, but also more capable of managing the complex challenges of governing a large territory. At the heart of this system lay the Senate, an institution that had no parallel in Athens. The Senate was not elected by the people, nor was it chosen by lot. Instead, it was composed of former magistrates, men who had already proven their worth through public service and electoral success. These senators served for life, providing continuity and institutional memory that the annually rotating offices of the Republic could not offer. They were the guardians of precedent, the keepers of tradition, the living embodiment of Roman political culture. The Senate's power was largely informal, but enormously influential. It had no legal authority to make laws or issue binding decrees, but its recommendations, called senatus, consulta, carried enormous weight with the magistrates who did have executive power. The Senate controlled foreign policy, managed the treasury, and provided the institutional framework within which the Republic's complex political system functioned. It was, in essence, the permanent government that provided stability while elected. Officials came and went, but the Senate was not a democratic institution in any meaningful sense. Its members were drawn exclusively from the wealthy elite, the patrician and plebeian families who had the resources to pursue public careers. The path to the Senate, called the cursus honoraria, required a series of expensive electoral campaigns for progressively higher offices. Only men of substantial means could afford to serve in unpaid positions while maintaining the lifestyle expected of Roman magistrates. This aristocratic bias was not accidental. It was built into the structure of Roman society. The patron-client system that dominated Roman social relations meant that wealthy families maintained networks of dependents who would support their political ambitions in exchange for protection and material benefits. Electoral success depended not on appealing to abstract principles or policy positions, but on mobilizing these personal networks of obligation and loyalty. The consuls, the 2 chief executives of the Republic, embodied this aristocratic character. They were elected annually by the Centuriate Assembly, but this was not a simple popular vote. The assembly was organized by wealth and military service, with the richest citizens voting first and their votes carrying the most weight. The system was designed to ensure that the consuls would be men of proven ability and substantial resources, not popular demagogues who might threaten the stability of the state. The consuls wielded enormous power during their year in office. They commanded the armies, presided over the Senate, and administered the daily business of government. But their power was carefully limited by the principle of collegiality. There were always two consuls, and each could veto the actions of the other. This system prevented the concentration of executive authority while ensuring that the state would have effective leadership. Below the consuls in the hierarchy of magistrates were the praetors, who administered justice and governed provinces, the aediles, who managed public works and religious festivals, and the quaestors, who handled financial matters. All of these positions were filled by election, but the electoral process was dominated by the same aristocratic families who controlled the Senate. The result was a system that appeared democratic but was actually oligarchic, a republic governed by and for the elite. Yet the Roman system was not simply a vehicle for aristocratic domination. The plebeians, the non-patrician citizens, who made up the majority of the population, had fought for and won significant political rights. The plebeian assembly, which excluded patricians entirely, had the power to pass laws that were binding on the entire city. The plebeian tribunes, elected by this assembly, could veto the actions of magistrates and protect individual citizens from arbitrary treatment by the authorities. The tribunes were perhaps the most democratic element of the Roman system. They were elected by the plebeians alone. Their persons were sacred and inviolable, and they wielded a veto power that could paralyze the entire government. The tribunate provided a mechanism for popular resistance to elite domination, a way for ordinary citizens to protect themselves against the abuse of power. But even the tribunate was not immune to aristocratic influence. Wealthy plebeian families quickly learned to use the office to advance their own interests, and the tribunate became another step on the ladder to higher office and eventual membership in the Senate. The democratic potential of the institution was gradually absorbed into the broader oligarchic system. The Roman genius lay not in creating genuinely democratic institutions, but in developing a system that could accommodate competing interests while maintaining stability. The various assemblies provided different constituencies with different forms of representation. The centuriate assembly reflected military and economic hierarchies. The tribal assembly provided more equal representation across geographic regions. And the plebeian assembly gave the common people a voice in lawmaking. This multiplicity of institutions created a system of checks and balances that prevented any single group from dominating the government. The patricians controlled the Senate and the higher magistracies, but the plebeians could block their initiatives through the tribunate. The wealthy had greater influence in the centuriate assembly, but the poor could outvote them in the tribal assembly. The result was a system that required negotiation and compromise, that forced different groups to accommodate each other's interests. The daily operation of this system was extraordinarily complex. A typical day in the forum might see the consuls presiding over a Senate meeting while the tribunes addressed the plebeian assembly and the praetors heard legal cases. Messages would flow between these different venues as politicians tried to coordinate their activities and build support for their initiatives. The system required constant communication and negotiation, a level of political sophistication that far exceeded what was needed in a simple, direct democracy. But questions were already emerging about the long-term viability of this arrangement. Could a system designed for a city-state adapt to governing a growing empire? Could the careful balance of institutions survive the pressures of military conquest and territorial expansion? And perhaps most importantly, could the Roman Republic maintain its character as a limited government when it was acquiring unprecedented power and wealth? These questions would become increasingly pressing as Rome expanded beyond the Italian peninsula and encountered new challenges that its traditional institutions were not equipped to handle. The story of Roman democracy was not just about the balance of power within the city. It was about the tension between republican institutions and imperial ambitions, between the constraints of traditional government and the demands of governing a vast and diverse empire. The morning bustle of the Roman Forum in 150 BCE would have struck a visitor as chaotic, almost incomprehensible. Unlike the focused deliberation of an Athenian assembly, Roman politics was a continuous process of negotiation, bargaining, and maneuvering that involved multiple institutions operating simultaneously. The assemblies were meeting, the Senate was debating, the magistrates were conducting business, and the tribunes were threatening vetoes, all while crowds of citizens, clients, and foreign delegates moved through the sacred spaces of the cities. Political center, the complexity of Roman political institutions reflected the complexity of Roman society itself. Unlike Athens, which had been designed as a single community of citizens, Rome had grown through conquest and incorporation, absorbing diverse populations with different legal statuses, economic interests, and political traditions. The Republic had to balance not just the interests of rich and poor, but also the demands of urban and rural populations, of citizens and allies, of Italians and provincial. The Centuriate Assembly embodied this complexity in its very structure. Citizens were divided into 193 centuries based on their wealth and military service, with the richest serving in the cavalry and the poorest in the light infantry. When the assembly met to elect consuls or declare war, the centuries voted in order of their military importance, with the wealthiest voting first. This system ensured that the elite would have disproportionate influence, but it also reflected the Roman principle that those who contributed most to the state's defense should have the greatest voice in its governance. The voting process itself was a marvel of practical organization. Citizens would gather in the Campus Martis, a large field outside the city walls, where temporary wooden structures had been erected to accommodate the crowds. Each century would be assigned to a specific voting enclosure, and citizens would file through narrow passages to cast their ballots. The process could take an entire day, with thousands of men moving through the carefully organized spaces while magistrates supervised the counting. But the real political drama occurred before the formal voting began. The weeks leading up to an assembly meeting would be filled with intense campaigning as candidates sought to build support among the centuries. This was not the modern politics of mass media and public rallies, but a more personal form of political mobilization based on family connections, patronage networks, and individual reputation. A typical candidate for consul would begin each day, before dawn, receiving clients in the atrium of his house. These might include freedmen who had once been his slaves, small farmers who owed him money, urban plebeians who had received his support in legal disputes, and fellow aristocrats who were bound to him by marriage or political alliance. Each visitor would receive a personal greeting, a small gift, perhaps a promise of future support. The candidate would then process through the forum, followed by his entourage, stopping to greet other citizens and remind them of his family's service to the state. The speeches delivered during these campaigns were not policy addresses in the modern sense, but rather appeals to traditional Roman values and personal virtue. A candidate would remind voters of his military service, his judicial integrity, his family's history of public service. He would promise to maintain the traditions of the ancestors, to defend the interests of the Roman people, to preserve the delicate balance of the Constitution. Specific policy proposals were rare. What mattered was character, reputation, and the complex web of personal relationships that defined Roman political life. The tribal assembly operated on different principles, but with similar complexity. The 35 tribes were geographic. units that had originally reflected the territories controlled by Rome. But as the city expanded, they had become increasingly artificial constructions. Urban tribes were crowded with citizens who had little connection to their supposed territorial identity, while rural tribes were dominated by wealthy landowners who maintained estates in the countryside. When the tribal assembly met, it could pass laws, elect certain magistrates, and hear judicial cases. The voting process was more egalitarian than in the centuriate assembly. Each tribe cast a single vote, regardless of its size. But the results were still influenced by wealth and social status. Rural tribes were often controlled by their wealthiest members, while urban tribes could be swayed by the distribution of gifts or the organization of client networks. The plebeian assembly was theoretically the most democratic of Rome's institutions, since it excluded patricians entirely and gave all plebeians equal voting rights. But even here, the practical operation of the system favored the wealthy and well-connected. The plebeian tribunes who presided over the assembly were elected by the plebeians, but they were often members of wealthy plebeian families who had more in common with the patrician elite than with ordinary citizens. The tribunes themselves represented one of the most interesting aspects of Roman democracy. They were elected specifically to protect the interests of the plebeians against the abuse of power by magistrates. Their persons were sacred. It was a capital crime to harm a tribune, and they wielded an absolute veto power that could paralyze the entire government. A tribune could stop a consul from carrying out an execution, prevent the Senate from passing a decree, or block the passage of a law in any assembly. This veto power made the tribunes extraordinarily influential. But it also created a system of government that could be easily paralyzed. A single tribune, acting alone, could bring the business of the state to a halt. The system worked only because the tribunes generally exercised restraint, using their power to negotiate and compromise, rather than to obstruct. But the potential for abuse was always present, and it would become increasingly problematic as the Republic faced more complex challenges. The Senate, meanwhile, continued to serve as the coordinating institution that held the system together. Senators were not elected by the people, but they were indirectly accountable to them through their previous service as magistrates. The Senate's authority was moral rather than legal. It could not pass laws or issue binding orders, but its recommendations carried enormous weight because they came from men who had proven their competence in public service. The daily routine of Senate meetings was highly ritualized. Senators would gather in various temples around the city, since the Senate could not meet in a secular building. The presiding consul would present the issue to be discussed, then call on senators to speak in order of their seniority. Former consul spoke first, then former praetors, then former aediles, and quaestors. The newest senators spoke last, if at all. The debates could continue for hours, with senators delivering formal speeches that demonstrated their knowledge of precedent and their understanding of Roman tradition. But the real work of the Senate was done in smaller groups, in the informal conversations that occurred before and after the formal meetings. Senators would gather in each other's homes, in the baths, in the porticos of the forum, building the consensus that would be reflected in the official proceedings. This emphasis on consensus and compromise was perhaps the most distinctive feature of Roman political culture. Unlike the Athenian system, which operated on the principle of majority rule, the Roman system was designed to accommodate different interests and prevent any single group from dominating the others. The multiple assemblies, the veto powers, the complex web of magistracies, all of these institutions forced politicians to negotiate and find common ground. But the system was becoming increasingly strained as Rome expanded beyond Italy and acquired an empire. The traditional institutions had been designed for a city-state, not for a world power. The careful balance of interests that had worked in a small community was becoming harder to maintain as Rome incorporated diverse populations with different needs and expectations. the machinery of compromise that had sustained the Republic. For centuries was beginning to show signs of wear, as the sun set over the Forum and the day's political business came to an end. The citizens of Rome could take satisfaction in their participation in one of the most sophisticated political systems the world had ever seen. But they could also sense that change was coming, that the institutions they had inherited from their ancestors might not be adequate for the challenges that lay ahead. The question that haunted thoughtful Romans was whether their carefully balanced system could adapt to the demands of governing a vast empire. Could institutions designed for a city-state manage the complexities of ruling diverse populations across the Mediterranean? Could the machinery of compromise continue to function when the stakes of political conflict were measured not in local disputes but in the wealth of nations? And perhaps most ominously, could the Roman Republic maintain its character as a limited government when it was acquiring unprecedented power and wealth that would inevitably concentrate in the hands of those who administered the empire? These questions would soon be answered not through theoretical debate, but through the practical test of political crisis. The Roman Republic was about to enter a period of transformation that would reveal both the strengths and the fatal weaknesses of its democratic institutions. The news reached Rome on a gray morning in 91 BCE, carried by dusty messengers who had ridden hard from the south. The social war had begun, not a foreign conflict, but a rebellion by Rome's Italian allies who had finally grown tired of fighting and dying for a state that refused to grant them citizenship. As senators gathered in emergency session and magistrates scrambled to organize the military response, few realized they were witnessing the beginning of the end for the Roman Republic. The crisis exposed the fundamental contradiction that had been growing within the Roman system for generations. The Republic had been designed to govern a city-state, but it now ruled an empire that stretched from Spain to Asia Minor. The careful balance of institutions that had worked so well in managing the competing interests of Roman citizens was breaking down under the weight of governing millions of people who had no voice in Roman politics. The Italian allies Sassosi, who had provided troops for Roman armies for centuries, had finally reached the breaking point. They had watched as Roman citizens received the spoils of conquest while they bore the costs of military service. They had seen Roman magistrates enrich themselves governing provinces while Italian communities struggled with the burdens of supplying soldiers and supplies. Most galling of all, they had witnessed the gradual extension of Roman citizenship to freed slaves and urban plebeians, while they, the free allies who had shed blood for Roman victory, remained excluded from the political community they had helped to build. The social war was resolved not through military conquest, but through political concession. Rome granted citizenship to the Italian allies, but this solution created new problems even as it solved the immediate crisis. The Roman citizen body suddenly expanded from perhaps 400,000 to over 1 million people, most of whom lived far from the city and had little connection to traditional Roman political culture. The practical implications were staggering. The assemblies that had been designed to accommodate the citizens of a single city could not possibly include the voices of citizens scattered across the Italian peninsula. The tribal system that had provided geographic representation became increasingly meaningless as new citizens were arbitrarily assigned to existing tribes. The personal relationships that had sustained Roman political culture, the patron-client networks, the face-to-face campaigning, the informal negotiations that had made compromise possible could not function in a political community of this size. Even more problematic was the impact of imperial wealth on Roman political institutions. The provinces that Rome had conquered were not just territorial acquisitions. They were economic opportunities of unprecedented scale. A successful provincial governor could return to Rome with enough wealth to buy electoral support, fund public works, and establish a political network. That would be nearly impossible for traditional aristocrats to challenge. The career of Gaius Marius illustrated both the opportunities and the dangers of this new political environment. A new man from a modest municipal family, Marius had used military success in Africa and Gaul to build a political career that would have been impossible under the old system. He had reformed the Roman army, recruiting soldiers from the urban poor and creating professional legions that were loyal to their commanders rather than to the state. His veterans expected land grants after their service, making successful generals into the patrons of thousands of armed clients. Marius's rival, Lucius Cornelius Sulla, represented the traditional aristocracy's response to these changes. Sulla had used his own military success to march on Rome itself, establishing a dictatorship that attempted to restore the authority of the Senate and limit the power of the popular assemblies. His constitutional reforms were designed to strengthen aristocratic control and prevent the rise of populist leaders, who might challenge the established order. But Sulla's reforms could not address the fundamental problem. The Roman Republic was trying to govern an empire with institutions designed for a city-state. The tribunes who had once protected plebeians from aristocratic abuse now became the tools of ambitious politicians, who used populist appeals to advance their own careers. The Senate, which had once provided wise counsel based on collective experience, became a factional battleground where personal interests overshadowed the common good. The assemblies, meanwhile, became increasingly meaningless as political institutions. The citizens who could afford to travel to Rome for assembly meetings were not representative of the broader citizen body, and their votes could be influenced by the distribution of gifts, the organization of client networks, and the simple logistics of who could afford to stay in the city long enough to participate. The careful balance that had characterized the early republic gave way to a system where personal wealth and military command trumped constitutional forms. The rise of Pompey the Great epitomized these changes. Pompey had built his career on military success in the East, accumulating wealth and glory that made him the most powerful man in Rome. But his power was personal rather than institutional. It depended on his control of veteran colonies, his network of client kings, and his ability to reward supporters with provincial commands. He was too powerful to be constrained by traditional republican institutions. Yet he lacked the legal authority to govern effectively. The same was true of Julius Caesar, whose conquest of Gaul had provided him with the wealth and veteran loyalty necessary to challenge Pompey for supremacy. Caesar's relationship with the Roman people was direct and personal, bypassing the traditional institutions of the Republic. He could appeal to the urban masses through lavish games and public works, to his veterans through land grants and bonuses, and to ambitious politicians through the promise of Tet. My only lipstick, ruby kiss, ruby kiss. Ruby kiss, ruby kiss, only ruby kiss. Only ruby kiss has the luxurious head, Severies. My levery, tech is hell. Profitable commands. The civil wars that followed were not just conflicts between rival generals. They were the death throes of a political system that could no longer accommodate the forces it had unleashed. The Roman Republic had created an empire, but the empire had destroyed the Republic. The institutions that had once balanced competing interests and prevented the concentration of power had become empty forms. Unable to contain the ambitions of men who commanded the loyalty of professional armies and the wealth of provinces. The assassination of Caesar in 44 BCE represented the last attempt to restore the old republic, but it was already too late. The conspirators who killed Caesar had no plan for addressing the fundamental problems that had led to his rise. They could eliminate the dictator, but they could not eliminate the conditions that had made dictatorship necessary. The Republic staggered on for another 13 years. But its fate was sealed. The final transformation came not through revolution, but through exhaustion. After decades of civil war, the Roman people were willing to accept the rule of Augustus if it meant peace and stability. Augustus was careful to maintain the forms of republican government. The Senate continued to meet, the assemblies continued to vote. The magistrates continued to hold office, but real power had shifted to the emperor and his bureaucracy. The Roman Republic had begun as an experiment in balancing competing interests and preventing the concentration of power. It had developed sophisticated institutions that allowed different groups to participate in governance while maintaining stability and continuity. For centuries, it had provided a model of how a diverse society could govern itself through compromise and accommodation. But the Republic had also revealed the limits of institutional solutions to political problems. No system of checks and balances could contain the forces unleashed by imperial expansion. No constitutional arrangements could prevent the concentration of power in the hands of those who commanded armies and controlled provinces. The Roman Republic had succeeded as long as it remained a city-state, but it had failed when it became an empire. The legacy of Roman democracy was thus deeply ambiguous. It had provided a model of mixed government that would influence political theorists for centuries to come. It had demonstrated that aristocratic and democratic elements could coexist within a single system. It had shown how different interests could be accommodated through complex institutional arrangements. But it had also demonstrated that democratic institutions were fragile, that they could be undermined by the very success they made possible. The Roman Republic had conquered the Mediterranean world, but in doing so, it had created conditions that made republican government impossible. The empire that had been built by republican virtues could only be governed by imperial methods. As the last republicans contemplated their defeat, they faced questions that would echo through the ages. Could democratic institutions survive the acquisition of great power? Could representative government function in large, diverse societies? And perhaps most fundamentally, could the ideals of self-governance be preserved when the practical demands of empire required the concentration of authority in the hands of a single ruler? The morning bells of San Gimignano rang out across the Tuscan hills in 1150 CE, calling the citizens to assembly in the shadow of the town's growing collection of towers. To a casual observer, the scene might have appeared chaotic. Merchants arguing over trade regulations, craftsmen debating the quality of local products, farmers from the surrounding countryside demanding fair prices for their grain. But beneath this apparent disorder lay something remarkable. One of the first experiments in democratic self-governance. Since the fall of the Roman Empire, the Italian communes had emerged not from philosophical theory or political revolution, but from the practical necessity of managing increasingly complex urban communities. As trade revived in the 11th and 12th centuries, cities throughout northern and central Italy found themselves facing problems that traditional feudal institutions could not address. Merchant communities needed reliable legal systems to enforce contracts. Craft guilds required regulation of their trades, and growing populations demanded more sophisticated forms of urban management. The transformation had begun quietly, almost imperceptibly. In cities like Pisa and Genoa, merchants had started forming voluntary associations to protect their common interests. These early organizations, called cancellati or communes, were originally nothing more than mutual aid societies. Groups of citizens who agreed to cooperate in defending their rights and managing their affairs. But as these associations grew in size and influence, they began to take on functions that had traditionally belonged to feudal lords or imperial administrators. The process was remarkably similar. Across northern Italy, a group of prominent citizens would swear an oath of mutual support, establishing what they called a communitas or universitas. They would elect consuls, borrowing the title from ancient Rome, to serve as their executives and representatives. These consuls would have limited terms of office, usually a single year, and their powers would be carefully constrained to prevent any individual from accumulating too much authority. The early communes were not democratic in the modern sense, Participation was generally limited to property owning, men who could afford to contribute to the community's defense and administration. The rural peasants who worked the land surrounding the cities were excluded, as were the urban poor who lacked the economic independence that communal citizenship required. But within these limitations, the communes created institutions that were remarkably egalitarian and participatory. The Commune of Pisa, one of the earliest and most successful, illustrates how these institutions developed. The city's merchants had initially formed their association to coordinate their Mediterranean trading activities. But they soon found themselves managing everything from harbor maintenance to military defense. The Pisan commune developed elaborate procedures for electing consuls, established courts to resolve commercial disputes, and created a system of taxation that funded public works and military campaigns. What made the Pisan system distinctive was its emphasis on collective decision-making and institutional constraints on power. The consuls could not act independently. They had to consult with a council of citizens before making major decisions. Their terms of office were limited, and they were required to submit to a formal review of their conduct when they left office. Most importantly, the commune developed what we might call a culture of accountability, where public officials were expected to serve the common good rather than their own interests. Similar developments were occurring throughout northern Italy. In Florence, the commune emerged from the need to manage relations between the city's various craft guilds. In Milan, it grew out of conflicts between the archbishop and the city's merchant community. In Venice, it developed from the unique circumstances of a maritime trading republic that Ruby Kiss, only Ruby Kiss, has the luxurious as a luxurious has, me sound, mise, cine, and leaves a rich, long-last case, me cause, mise, silame, expewed in mise k, me scap, it bewills, my bade, me sis, mise k, me silude, me we da quef, we sequoida side I say, my mill it had never been fully integrated into the feudal system. Each commune developed its own distinctive institutions, but they shared certain common features. All emphasized the importance of collective oath-taking, the ceremony by which citizens committed themselves to the common good and accepted the obligations of communal membership. All established systems of rotating offices that prevented the concentration of power. All created procedures for collective decision-making that required consultation and compromise. The spread of communal government was remarkably rapid. By 1140, virtually every major city in northern Italy had established some form of communal organization. The movement then spread to central Italy, where cities like Siena and Rome adapted the model to their own circumstances. Even in the south, where feudal structures remained stronger, some cities experimented with communal institutions. The success of the communes was due in large part to their flexibility and adaptability. Unlike the rigid hierarchies of feudal society, communal institutions could evolve to meet changing circumstances. When military threats increased, the communes could reorganize their defenses. When trade expanded, they could create new commercial regulations. When population grew, they could develop new forms of urban management. But the communes also faced serious challenges from the beginning. The most immediate was military. How could these urban associations defend themselves against the feudal lords who resented their independence? The communes responded by forming leagues and alliances, creating networks of mutual support that could resist external pressure. The Lombard League's victory over the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa at the Battle of Legnano in 1176 demonstrated that communal forces could successfully challenge the traditional feudal order. More subtle, but equally important, was the challenge of internal governance. How could these communities maintain their democratic character while managing increasingly complex urban societies? The communes developed sophisticated systems of checks and balances. term limits, and institutional rotation that prevented any single group from dominating the government. They created elaborate procedures for citizen participation that ensured broad representation in decision-making. The daily life of citizens in these early communes was shaped by their participation in this new form of governance. A merchant in mid-12th century Genoa might serve on the commercial court one year, join a military expedition the next, and participate in negotiations with neighboring cities the year after that. This rotation of responsibilities created a citizenry that was deeply engaged in public affairs and possessed practical experience in the arts of governance. The communes also developed distinctive political cultures that emphasized civic virtue and public service. Citizens were expected to put the common good above their private interests, to participate actively in public life, and to serve the community when called upon. These values were reinforced through public ceremonies, civic rituals, and the constant practice of collective decision-making. Yet even as the communes flourished, questions about their long-term viability were beginning to emerge. Could these small-scale democratic institutions survive as cities grew larger and more complex? Could they maintain their participatory character as economic inequality increased and social stratification became more pronounced? And perhaps, most importantly, could they adapt to the changing military and political environment of medieval Europe? The communes had succeeded in creating something unprecedented: urban communities that governed themselves through institutions based on consent, participation, and accountability. They had demonstrated that democracy was possible even in the hierarchical world of medieval Europe. But their success had also created new challenges that would test the resilience of their democratic institutions, as the bells of San Gimignano faded into the evening silence. The citizens who had participated in that day's assembly could take satisfaction in their participation in one of history's great experiments in self-governance. But they were also aware that their success had made them targets for those who saw communal independence as a threat to the established order. The story of medieval democracy was just beginning, and its outcome was far from certain. The morning mist was lifting from Lake Zarnen as the men of Ovedon gathered for their annual Langemind in 1291. They came down from the mountain villages, walking the narrow paths that connected their scattered communities, carrying the swords and axes that marked their status as free men. At first glance, these Swiss peasants might have seemed to have little in common with the sophisticated merchants of the Italian communes. But they were about to participate in their own form of democratic governance that would prove even more durable than the urban republics to the south. The Swiss valleys had developed their own unique approach to self-governance, one that was rooted in the practical necessities of mountain life rather than the commercial interests that had driven the Italian communes. The harsh alpine environment required cooperation on a scale that individual households could not provide. Irrigation systems had to be maintained collectively, mountain passes had to be kept open, and the complex schedules of alpine agriculture, the movement of cattle to high pastures in summer, the harvest of hay in the brief growing season, demanded coordination that could only be achieved through community decision-making. The Langemind itself was a remarkably simple institution. Once a year, all the free men of the valley would gather in an open field, typically near a church or other sacred site. They would stand in a circle without regard to social rank or economic status and discuss the issues facing their community. Any man could speak, any could propose solutions, and all would vote by raising their hands or their weapons. The decisions they made would be binding on the entire community until the next year's assembly. The process was slow and sometimes contentious. Alpine communities were not marked by the social harmony that some romantic observers would later claim to see. There were disputes over land use, conflicts over water rights, arguments about the obligations of military service. But the Langemind provided a forum where these conflicts could be aired and resolved. through collective deliberation rather than through the arbitrary authority of a feudal lord. The substantive business of these assemblies was intensely practical. The men of Ori might debate the maintenance of the Goddard Pass, the crucial route that connected northern and southern Europe and provided their community with its primary source of revenue. The citizens of Schwyz might discuss the regulation of cattle breeding or the punishment of someone who had violated the community's moral standards. The people of Unterwalden might consider military arrangements for defending their valley against external threats. But the Landgemeinde was more than just a problem-solving institution. It was also a ritual of community identity. The annual gathering reinforced the sense that the valley's inhabitants were a single people, bound together by shared obligations and common interests. The ceremony of swearing the annual oath, the formal recitation of the community's laws and customs, the public recognition of new citizens, all of these elements helped to create and maintain the social bonds that made democratic governance possible. The historical development of the Landgemeinde can be traced back to ancient Germanic assemblies, but its distinctive character emerged in the specific context of Alpine society. The Swiss valleys had never been fully integrated into the feudal system that dominated medieval Europe. The mountainous terrain made it difficult for external lords to establish effective control. While the economic importance of the Alpine passes gave the local communities leverage in their negotiations with outside powers, the formation of the Swiss Confederation in 1291 represented the extension of these local democratic practices to a broader political level. The representatives of Uri, Schwyz, and Unterwalden met at the Rutli meadow to swear an oath of mutual support and to establish the principles that would govern their alliance. This was not a treaty between rulers, but an agreement between democratic communities, each represented by delegates who had been chosen by their local assemblies. The Rutli Oath established several crucial principles that would shape Swiss political development for centuries. First, it affirmed that the confederated communities would remain free and would not accept the authority of external judges or administrators. Second, it established procedures for mutual assistance in case of external attack. Third, it created mechanisms for resolving disputes between the allied communities without resorting to violence. Most importantly, the oath established the principle that legitimate government required the consent of the governed. Unlike the feudal contracts that bound lord and vassal, the Swiss Confederation was based on the voluntary association of free communities. The authority of the Confederation derived not from divine right or hereditary privilege, but from the collective will of the citizens, who participated in the local assemblies. The expansion of the Confederation to include additional cantons followed a similar pattern. As cities like Lucerne, Zurich, and Bern joined the alliance, they brought their own traditions of urban self-governance. The result was a political system that combined rural democratic assemblies with urban republican institutions, creating one of the most complex and decentralized forms of government in medieval Europe. The daily operation of this system required constant negotiation and compromise. The Diet of the Confederation, where representatives from the various cantons met to discuss common concerns, had no power to impose its will on the member communities. Instead, it could only make recommendations that would then be taken back to the local assemblies for approval. This process was slow and cumbersome, but it ensured that the Confederation's decisions would have genuine popular support. The Swiss system also developed distinctive mechanisms for preventing the concentration of power. The Confederation had no permanent executive, no standing army, and no centralized bureaucracy. Instead, it relied on the voluntary cooperation of its member communities, each of which maintained its own institutions and traditions. The Confederation could coordinate military action in times of crisis, but it could not coerce its members to adopt policies they found objectionable. This decentralized structure made Swiss Confederation remarkably resilient. External enemies found it difficult to attack a political system that had no central authority to capture or destroy. Internal conflicts were contained within the federal structure, preventing local disputes from destabilizing the entire alliance. The system's flexibility allowed it to adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining its essential character. The Swiss model also demonstrated that democratic institutions could function effectively in rural agricultural societies. Unlike the Italian communes, which were primarily urban phenomena, the Swiss assemblies were rooted in the practices of mountain communities that had little connection to the commercial revolution that was transforming medieval Europe. They showed that democracy was not dependent on urbanization or economic development, but could emerge from the practical needs of any community that required collective decision-making. But the Swiss system also faced its own challenges. The Landgemeinde worked well in small, homogeneous communities where citizens knew each other personally and shared common interests. But as some cantons grew larger and more diverse, it became increasingly difficult to maintain the sense of common identity that made democratic governance possible. The expansion of trade and the growth of cities created new forms of social stratification that challenged the egalitarian assumptions of the assembly system. The relationship between the rural and urban cantons also created ongoing tensions within the Confederation. The city-states that joined the alliance brought their own traditions of republican government. But these were based on different principles than the rural assemblies. Urban citizenship was typically limited to guild members and property owners, while rural citizenship was based on residence and participation in the community's agricultural economy. These different conceptions of citizenship would create conflicts that would persist for centuries. As the sun set over the alpine valleys and the citizens dispersed to their homes, they carried with them the satisfaction of having participated in one of history's most enduring experiments in democratic governance. The Swiss Landgemeinde would survive the rise and fall of empires, the transformation of medieval into modern Europe, and the challenges of industrialization and urbanization. But its success raised questions that would echo through the centuries. Could democratic institutions based on direct participation survive the growth of large, complex societies? Could the principles of popular sovereignty be maintained in a world increasingly dominated by centralized nation-states? And perhaps most importantly, could the Swiss model of decentralized democracy offer lessons for other societies seeking to balance the demands of effective governance with the ideals of popular participation? The great bell of the Palazzo Vecchio tolled across Florence as dawn broke over the city in 1378. But this was no ordinary morning. The sound that echoed through the narrow streets was not the regular call to daily business, but the urgent summons to emergency assembly. The Ciampita wool workers, who formed the backbone of Florence's economy, but had no voice in its government, had risen in revolt, demanding not just better working conditions, but participation in the very institutions that governed their lives. The Ciampi revolt represented both the culmination and the crisis of medieval Italian democracy. For 2 centuries, the communes had evolved from simple merchant associations into sophisticated republican governments. But they had also become increasingly oligarchic, dominated by wealthy families who used democratic institutions to serve their own interests. The revolt of the wool workers was a demand for the democratization of democracy itself, a challenge to the narrow conception of citizenship that had characterized the medieval republics. The transformation of the Italian communes from their democratic origins to oligarchic reality had been gradual but inexorable. As the cities grew wealthier and more powerful, political participation became increasingly expensive and time-consuming. The rotation of offices that had originally prevented the concentration of power began to favor those who could afford to serve repeatedly. The guild system that had once provided broad representation became a means of excluding the unskilled workers, who made up a growing proportion of the urban population. Florence exemplified this transformation. The city's republican institutions appeared impressive on paper. The signoria, or governing council, was chosen by lot from eligible citizens. The various councils and assemblies provided forums for debate and decision-making. And the elaborate system of guild representation seemed to ensure that all economic interests would have a voice in government. But beneath these democratic forms lay a reality of oligarchic control that concentrated power in the hands of a few wealthy families. The Medici family, though not yet the dominant force they would later become, exemplified the new style of political leadership that was emerging in the Italian republics. Rather than seeking formal political office, wealthy merchants and bankers learned to exercise power through informal networks of patronage and influence. They would finance public works, provide credit to the government, and use their economic resources to build political coalitions that could control the supposedly democratic institutions of the Republic. This oligarchic evolution was not unique to Florence. In Venice, the Great Council had originally included all citizens, but it gradually became a closed body, dominated by a limited number of patrician families. In Genoa, factional conflicts between noble families led to the effective exclusion of ordinary citizens from political participation. In Siena, the system of rotating governments designed to prevent any single group from dominating actually made it easier for wealthy families to manipulate the political process. The Renaissance. Italian city-states had thus created a paradox. They had developed some of the most sophisticated republican institutions in medieval Europe. But they had also demonstrated how democratic forms could be manipulated to serve oligarchic purposes. The elaborate constitutional arrangements that had once ensured broad participation had become barriers to genuine popular influence. The Ciompi Revolt was a response to this contradiction. The woolworkers who formed the backbone of Florence's economy had watched as their employers grew wealthy from international trade. While they remained excluded from political participation, they had seen the guild system, which was supposed to represent all workers, become a tool for the skilled craftsmen to maintain their privileged position. Most importantly, they had witnessed the gradual transformation of their republic from a community of citizens into a hierarchy of privilege. The revolt itself was brief but significant. For several months, the Ciompi and their allies controlled the Florentine government, establishing new guilds that would represent the unskilled workers and implementing policies designed to improve working conditions and reduce economic inequality. They demonstrated that the excluded masses could organize politically and challenge the oligarchic control of republican institutions. But the revolt also revealed the limitations of medieval democratic movements. The Ciompi lacked the resources, the education, and the political experience necessary to maintain their control of the government. They were ultimately defeated, not by military force, but by the superior organization and resources of the established elites. The revolt was crushed, its leaders were executed or exiled, and the oligarchic republic was restored. The failure of the Ciompi revolt marked a turning point in the history of Italian democracy. It demonstrated that the republican institutions that had emerged from the medieval communes could not accommodate the growing social and economic complexity of Renaissance society. The ideals of civic participation and popular sovereignty that had inspired the early communes were proving incompatible with the realities of urban inequality and economic stratification. The response of the Italian republics to this challenge was to abandon the pretense of democratic governance and embrace more openly oligarchic forms of government. Florence would eventually fall under the control of the Medici family, who would transform the republic into a principality while maintaining the forms of republican government. Venice would formalize its oligarchic system through the establishment of the Golden Book, which limited political participation to a closed class of noble families. Other Italian cities would follow similar paths, replacing their republican institutions with the rule of princes or oligarchic councils. The decline of the Italian communes was not simply the result of internal contradictions. It was also a response to external pressures. The rise of centralized monarchies in France and Spain, the growth of Ottoman power in the Eastern Mediterranean, and the changing nature of warfare all created challenges that the small-scale republican institutions of the communes could not address. The communes had been successful when they could rely on citizen militias and commercial networks. But they could not compete with the professional armies and centralized bureaucracies of the emerging nation-states. The Swiss Confederation, meanwhile, faced its own challenges as it expanded beyond its original core of rural cantons. The admission of urban cantons like Zurich and Bern brought new forms of political organization into the Confederation. But it also created tensions between rural and urban conceptions of citizenship and governance. The Swiss system survived by maintaining its decentralized character and by allowing different cantons to develop their own institutions. But this flexibility came at the cost of political effectiveness. The expansion of the Swiss Confederation also revealed the limitations of direct democratic institutions. The Landgemeinde worked well in small, homogeneous communities, but it became increasingly difficult to maintain as the Confederation grew larger and more diverse. The urban cantons developed their own forms of representative government, while the rural cantons maintained their traditional assemblies. The result was a political system that was remarkably decentralized, but also increasingly fragmented. By the end of the 15th century, the great age of medieval democracy was coming to an end. The Italian communes had either been absorbed into larger territorial states or had transformed themselves into oligarchic republics. The Swiss Confederation had survived as an independent political entity, but it had done so by accepting a high degree of decentralization that limited its effectiveness as a unified state. The experiment in medieval self-governance had produced remarkable innovations in political organization. But it had also revealed the difficulties of maintaining democratic institutions in the face of social, economic, and military change. The legacy of the medieval communes was thus complex and ambiguous. They had demonstrated that democratic institutions could emerge spontaneously from the practical needs of urban communities, that ordinary citizens could develop the skills and habits necessary for self-governance, and that republican ideals could provide a powerful alternative to monarchical and feudal forms of organization. But they had also shown that democratic institutions were fragile, that they could be undermined by economic inequality and social stratification, and that they might not be able to survive the challenges of military competition and territorial expansion as the Renaissance gave way to the early modern period. The lessons of the medieval communes would be absorbed into new forms of political thinking. The experience of the Italian republics would influence political theorists like Machiavelli and Guicciardini, who would analyze the conditions that made republican government possible and the factors that led to its decline. The Swiss example would inspire later theorists of federalism and decentralized governance. But the immediate legacy of medieval democracy was not institutional survival, but intellectual inspiration. The idea that ordinary people could govern themselves, that political authority could be based on consent rather than coercion, and that democratic institutions could provide an alternative to the autocratic forms of government that were becoming dominant in early modern Europe. The bells of Florence fell silent as the sun set over the city. But the questions raised by the medieval democratic experience would echo through the centuries. Could democratic institutions adapt to the challenges of social and economic change? Could they survive the pressures of military competition and territorial expansion? And perhaps most importantly, could the ideals of popular sovereignty and civic participation be preserved in a world that was becoming increasingly complex and interconnected? The candlelight flickered across the pages of manuscript as John Locke sat in his modest study in the winter of 1689, putting the finishing touches on his two treatises of government. Outside his window, England was still adjusting to the aftermath of the Glorious Revolution. But inside this small room, a more profound revolution was taking shape, one that would transform how humanity understood the very nature of political authority and the relationship between government and the governed. Locke was not writing in a vacuum. The 17th century had been a period of unprecedented political upheaval, with civil wars, revolutions, and the rise and fall of various forms of government across Europe. The old certainties about divine right monarchy and inherited authority were crumbling, but nothing had yet emerged to replace them. Into this intellectual chaos stepped a generation of thinkers who would attempt to rebuild political theory from first principles, using the tools of reason and empirical observation rather than tradition and religious authority. The challenge these philosophers faced was both practical and theoretical. How could political authority be justified in a world where traditional sources of legitimacy had been called into question? How could diverse populations be governed without relying on the arbitrary will of monarchs or the inherited privileges of aristocratic classes? Most fundamentally, how could the ideals of individual freedom and collective governance be reconciled within a single political system? Locke's answer began with a thought experiment that would become central to Enlightenment political theory. He asked his readers to imagine human beings in a state of nature, a hypothetical condition before the establishment of government, where individuals lived according to natural law, but without any overarching political authority. In this state, Locke argued, people would possess certain inherent rights: life, liberty, and property. These rights were not granted by government, but were intrinsic to human nature itself. The problem with the state of nature, according to Locke, was not that it was a condition of war and chaos as Thomas Hobbes had argued, but that it lacked reliable mechanisms for protecting these natural rights. Without impartial judges to resolve disputes, without consistent enforcement of natural law, and without effective procedures for protecting property, individuals would find their rights constantly threatened by others who might seek to take advantage of them. Government, in Locke's conception, was therefore a solution to a practical problem rather than a divine institution or a natural hierarchy. People would voluntarily consent to establish political authority, creating institutions that could protect their rights more effectively than they could protect them individually. But this consent was not a one-time event. It was an ongoing relationship that could be withdrawn if the government failed to fulfill its obligations. This social contract theory represented a radical departure from traditional political thinking. Instead of deriving political authority from God, from conquest, or from inherited status, Locke grounded it in the rational consent of the governed. Government existed to serve the people, not the other way around. If rulers violated their trust, if they failed to protect the rights they had been established to defend, then the people had not just the right, but the duty to resist and replace their government. This theory of justified resistance had immediate practical implications. Locke's arguments provided intellectual justification for the English Revolution of 1688. But they also offered a framework that could be applied to other political situations. If government was based on consent, then any form of government that served the people's interests could be legitimate. Democracy, aristocracy, or even monarchy could be acceptable as long as they protected natural rights and maintained the trust of the governed. But Locke's theory also raised difficult questions about the practical implementation of popular sovereignty. How exactly would the people's consent be expressed? How could societies determine when a government had violated its trust? And perhaps most challenging, how could the abstract principles of natural rights be translated into concrete political institutions? These questions became even more complex when considered in the context of 18th century European society. The populations of European states were largely illiterate, deeply divided by religion and social class, and accustomed to centuries of monarchical rule. the idea that ordinary people could participate meaningfully in political decision-making, seemed not just impractical, but dangerous to many contemporary observers. Into this intellectual environment stepped Jean-Jacques Rousseau, writing from his retreat in the Swiss countryside in the 1750s and 1760s. Rousseau accepted Locke's basic premise that government should be based on consent, but he developed a radically different vision of how this consent should be expressed and maintained. Where Locke had been primarily concerned with protecting individual rights, Rousseau was obsessed with the problem of collective decision-making in a diverse society. Rousseau's Social Contract, published in 1762, began with one of the most famous lines in political philosophy: "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in, but unlike Locke, who saw government as a necessary evil to protect natural rights." Rousseau viewed the social contract as a potentially liberating force that could reconcile individual freedom with collective authority. The key to Rousseau's system was the concept of the general will, the collective judgment of the community about what was best for everyone. This was not simply the will of the majority, nor was it the sum of individual preferences. Instead, it was the common interest that emerged when citizens deliberated together about the public good, setting aside their private interests and considering only what would benefit the entire community. This general will could only be discovered through direct democratic participation. Rousseau was deeply suspicious of representative government, which he saw as a form of alienation that separated citizens from their sovereign authority. In a truly legitimate political system, he argued, the people would assemble regularly to deliberate about common concerns, to make laws that would govern their own behavior, and to ensure that their elected officials were serving the public interest. Rousseau's vision was both inspiring and troubling. On one hand, it offered a powerful critique of the political inequality and social hierarchy that characterized 18th century Europe. It suggested that ordinary people were capable of rational deliberation about complex political issues, and that democratic participation could be a source of human fulfillment rather than merely a means of protecting individual interests. On the other hand, Rousseau's emphasis on the general will raise disturbing questions about individual rights and minority protection. If the general will represented the true interests of the community, then individuals who disagreed with it were not just wrong, but were acting against their own genuine interests. In one of his most controversial passages, Rousseau argued that such individuals should be forced to be free, compelled to conform, to the general will for their own good. The tension between individual liberty and collective authority that Rousseau identified would become central to all subsequent democratic theory. His work influenced the French Revolution, inspired later theorists of participatory democracy, and provided intellectual ammunition for both democratic and totalitarian political movements. But it also revealed the difficulty of reconciling the Enlightenment's commitment to individual reason with its faith in collective wisdom. A third major figure in Enlightenment political theory was Baron de Montesquieu, whose Spirit of the Laws 1748 approached the problem of democratic governance from a more practical and institutional perspective. Montesquieu was less interested in the theoretical foundations of political authority than the practical question of how different forms of government actually worked in practice. Drawing on his study of historical examples, particularly the Roman Republic and the English constitutional system, Montesquieu argued that the key to preventing tyranny was not popular participation per se, but the careful separation and balance of governmental powers. No single institution or individual should be allowed to accumulate too much authority. Instead, different branches of government should check and balance each other, preventing any one group from dominating the others. Montesquieu's theory of separated powers would prove enormously influential in the practical design of democratic institutions. His ideas shaped the American Constitution, influenced the development of parliamentary government in Europe, and provided a framework for thinking about how democratic institutions could be structured to prevent the abuse of power. But his emphasis on institutional checks and balances also reflected a more pessimistic view of human nature than either Locke or Rousseau had embraced. Where Locke had trusted in the rational capacity of individuals to recognize and protect their own interests, and Rousseau had faith in the collective wisdom of the general will. Montesquieu assumed that political actors would generally pursue their own interests at the expense of the public good. The solution was not to appeal to their better nature, but to create institutions that would channel their self-interest in directions that would benefit society as a whole. This more cynical approach to political design would become increasingly important as Enlightenment theory was translated into practical political institutions. The American founders, in particular, would combine Locke's natural rights theory with Montesquieu's institutional analysis to create a form of government that was both democratic and limited, both responsive to popular will and protective of individual rights. But the Enlightenment theorists had not solved the fundamental tensions in democratic theory. They had merely articulated them more clearly. The relationship between individual liberty and collective authority, between popular participation and effective governance, between majority rule and minority rights, these remained unresolved, problems that would challenge every subsequent attempt to create democratic institutions. As the 18th century progressed, these theoretical debates would be tested in the crucible of practical politics. The American Revolution, the French Revolution, and the various democratic movements that followed would all draw on Enlightenment political theory, but they would also reveal the gaps between philosophical ideal and political reality. The question that would haunt the age of democratic revolutions was whether the beautiful theories, crafted in the studies of Enlightenment philosophers, could actually work in the messy world of real politics. The candle burned low in Locke's study as he contemplated the implications of his theory. But the ideas he had set in motion would continue to illuminate political debate for centuries to come. The Enlightenment had provided democracy with its intellectual foundation, but it had also revealed the complexity of the challenges that any democratic society would have to face. The age of democratic theory was giving way to the age of democratic practice, and the results would be both more inspiring and more troubling than the philosophers had imagined. The humid air of Philadelphia hung heavy in the Assembly Hall as the delegates to the Constitutional Convention gathered in the summer of 1787. Their faces grim with the knowledge that they were attempting something unprecedented in human history. The Articles of Confederation had proven inadequate for governing the new American nation. But the alternative, creating a strong central government, seemed to threaten the very liberty they had fought to achieve. In this modest room, the abstract theories of Enlightenment political philosophy would be tested against the practical demands of governing a diverse, geographically dispersed population. The American experiment in democratic governance was taking place in conditions that the European theorists had not fully anticipated. The 13 former colonies were spread across a vast territory, with diverse economic interests, religious traditions, and social structures. The population included not only the free white men who would initially hold political rights, but also enslaved Africans, indigenous peoples, and women, all of whom were excluded from formal political participation, but whose interests would inevitably be affected by governmental decisions. The delegates who gathered in Philadelphia were well-versed in Enlightenment political theory. But they were also practical politicians who understood the limitations of theoretical abstractions. James Madison, the diminutive Virginian who would later be called the father of the Constitution, had spent months studying the history of confederacies and republics, trying to understand why previous attempts at democratic governance had failed. His notes, filled with references to ancient Greek city-states, medieval Italian republics, and contemporary European political systems, revealed both the scope of his intellectual ambition and the practical challenges he faced. The fundamental problem, as Madison saw it, was how to create a government that was strong enough to be effective, but not so strong as to threaten individual liberty. The European theorists had generally assumed that republican government could only work in small, homogeneous communities where citizens shared common interests and values. But America was neither small nor homogeneous, and the diversity that characterized American society seemed to make democratic governance more difficult rather than easier. Madison's solution was to turn the conventional wisdom about republican government on its head. Instead of seeing diversity as a threat to democracy, he argued that it could actually be democracy's salvation. In a large, diverse republic, no single faction would be able to dominate the others. The variety of interests would create a system of natural checks and balances that would prevent any group from oppressing the rest. This insight was incorporated into the Constitution through a complex system of federalism that divided power between national and state governments and separated powers within the national government among legislative, executive, and judicial branches. The result was a form of government that was democratic in its ultimate source of authority, the people, but that channeled popular will through a complex set of institutions designed to prevent hasty or oppressive actions. The Constitution represented a practical synthesis of Enlightenment political theory. From Locke, the founders borrowed the idea that government should be based on consent and should protect individual rights. From Montesquieu, they took the principle of separated powers and the idea that institutional checks and balances could prevent tyranny. From their reading of history, they concluded that pure democracy was dangerous and that republican institutions were needed to filter and moderate popular will. But the American system also revealed the tensions and contradictions inherent in Enlightenment political theory. The Constitution created a democratic republic, but it was one that excluded the majority of the population from political participation. The natural rights that Locke had proclaimed as universal were in practice limited to white male property owners. The general will that Rousseau had celebrated was filtered through a complex system of representation that made direct popular participation impossible. Even more troubling was the compromise over slavery that was built into the Constitution. The founders recognized that slavery was inconsistent with the natural rights principles they claimed to embrace, but they were unwilling to challenge the institution directly. Instead, they created a system that counted enslaved people as 3/5 of a person for purposes of representation while denying them any political rights. This compromise allowed the Constitution to be ratified, but it also embedded a fundamental contradiction into the heart of American democracy, the French Revolution, which began just 2 years after the American Constitution was ratified, represented a very different attempt to translate Enlightenment theory into political practice. Where the Americans had been cautious and incremental, the French revolutionaries were radical and systematic. They sought not just to reform existing institutions, but to create an entirely new form of society based on the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity. The French Revolution began with high hopes and moderate goals. The Third Estate, representing the common people of France, declared itself the National Assembly and began the work of creating a constitutional monarchy that would limit royal power and protect individual rights. The Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, adopted in 1789, proclaimed that men are born and remain free and equal in rights, and that the principle of all sovereignty resides essentially in the French Revolution quickly revealed the practical difficulties of implementing Enlightenment principles in a society that was deeply divided by class, religion, and regional loyalties. The attempt to create a rational, egalitarian society ran up against the resistance of traditional elites, the opposition of the Catholic Church, and the practical challenges of governing a nation in the midst of economic crisis and foreign war. The Revolution's increasingly radical phase, culminating in the Terror of 1793 to 1794, showed how Rousseau's concept of the general will could be used to justify the suppression of individual rights. The revolutionary government claimed to represent the true will of the people, and it used this claim to justify the execution of thousands of enemies of the people, who were seen as obstacles to the creation of a virtuous republic. The career of Maximilien Robespierre, the architect of the Terror, illustrated both the inspiration and the dangers of Enlightenment political theory. Robespierre was a sincere believer in the principles of the social contract, and he genuinely believed that he was serving the general will by eliminating corruption and vice from French society. But his attempt to create a republic of virtue led to a reign of terror that destroyed many of the freedoms the revolution had initially sought to protect. The French Revolution's ultimate failure to create stable democratic institutions highlighted the gap between Enlightenment theory and the political practice. The revolutionaries had been inspired by beautiful ideals of human reason and natural rights, but they had underestimated the practical challenges of creating democratic institutions in a society that lacked the social preconditions for democratic governance. The lesson of the French Revolution was not that Enlightenment principles were wrong, but that they were insufficient. Creating democratic institutions required not just theoretical understanding, but practical wisdom. Not just abstract principles, but concrete institutions that could channel popular will while protecting individual rights. The French revolutionaries had the theory, but they lacked the institutional knowledge and practical experience that would have allowed them to create stable democratic government. The contrast between the American and French experiences revealed the importance of context in the development of democratic institutions. The Americans had the advantage of starting with a relatively clean slate, without the entrenched social hierarchies and institutional legacies that complicated the French situation. They also had the benefit of extensive experience with self-governance at the local and colonial levels, which gave them practical knowledge of how democratic institutions could work in practice. But both revolutions also revealed the limitations of Enlightenment political theory. The theorists had assumed that rational individuals could come together to create just institutions, but they had not fully considered the role of economic inequality, social prejudice, and historical circumstance in shaping political outcomes. They had developed powerful critiques of existing institutions, but they had not provided adequate guidance for creating new ones. The early experiments in democratic governance also revealed the tension between the universal principles that Enlightenment theorists proclaimed and the particular interests that shaped political practice. The Americans proclaimed that all men were created equal, but they limited political participation to white male property owners. The French revolutionaries declared universal human rights, but they excluded women from political participation and struggled to extend rights to religious minorities and colonial populations. As the 18th century drew to a close, the first generation of democratic experiments was beginning to reveal both the promise and the limitations of Enlightenment political theory. The principles of popular sovereignty, individual rights, and constitutional government had been successfully translated into working political institutions in some contexts, but they had also proven more difficult to implement than the theorists had anticipated. The question that would define the 19th century was whether the democratic institutions created by the Enlightenment generation could evolve to address their own limitations. Could American democracy expand to include the excluded populations? Could the principles of the French Revolution be implemented without the violence and instability that had characterized the revolutionary period? And perhaps most importantly, could democratic institutions adapt to the social and economic changes that were transforming European and American society? The answers to these questions would not come from political theory alone, but from the practical experience of generations of citizens who would struggle to make democratic institutions work in an increasingly complex and interconnected world. The Enlightenment had provided the intellectual foundation for modern democracy, but the work of building and maintaining Democratic institutions would require the efforts of countless ordinary people who would never write political treatises, but who would, nonetheless, shape the future of democratic governance through their daily participation in the political process. The morning fog rolled in from the Thames as members of Parliament gathered in Westminster on a crisp October day in 1832, preparing to debate the Reform Act that would fundamentally alter the character of British democracy. The scene would have been familiar to observers from previous centuries: men in formal dress filing into the ancient chamber, carrying with them the weight of tradition and the burden of representing their constituents' interests. But something had changed in the decades since the American and French revolutions. The abstract principles of Enlightenment political theory were slowly, often reluctantly, being translated into concrete democratic reforms. The Reform Act of 1832 represented neither revolution nor reaction, but rather the characteristically British approach to political change: gradual, pragmatic, and carefully limited. The act expanded the franchise to include middle-class men who met certain property requirements, eliminated some of the most egregious examples of unequal representation, and established the principle that parliamentary seats should be distributed based on population rather than historical precedent. But it also maintained significant restrictions on political participation, excluding working-class men, all women, and anyone who could not meet the property qualifications. This pattern of incremental reform would characterize the development of democratic institutions throughout the 19th century. The grand theoretical visions of the Enlightenment philosophers were being implemented not through dramatic revolutions, but through a series of modest reflux that gradually expanded the scope of political participation, while maintaining the basic structures of existing institutions. The result was a form of democracy that was both more stable and more limited than what the theorists had envisioned. The British experience illustrated both the promise and the limitations of this evolutionary approach to democratic development. On one hand, the gradual expansion of the franchise allowed democratic institutions to adapt to changing social conditions without the violence and instability that had characterized the French Revolution. The Reform Acts of 1832, 1867, and 1884 progressively expanded political participation, creating a system that was responsive to popular pressure while maintaining institutional continuity. On the other hand, the gradual nature of democratic reform meant that excluded groups had to struggle for generations to achieve political recognition. The working-class movements that emerged in the aftermath of the Industrial Revolution, the women's suffrage campaigns that gained momentum in the late 19th century, and the various nationalist movements that challenged imperial authority, all had to contend with democratic institutions that were designed to limit rather than encourage popular participation. The women's suffrage movement represented perhaps the most fundamental challenge to the assumptions of Enlightenment political theory. The philosophers who had proclaimed the natural rights of man had generally assumed that political participation was a masculine prerogative, based on men's supposed role as heads of households and their responsibility for military service. The exclusion of women from political participation was so taken for granted that it was rarely even discussed in theoretical terms, but the logic of democratic theory inevitably led to questions about this exclusion. If political authority was based on consent, why should women not be able to consent to the governments that ruled them? If natural rights were truly universal, why should they be limited to one sex? The women's suffrage movement forced democratic societies to confront the contradiction between their theoretical principles and their practical limitations. The responses to these challenges varied significantly across different democratic societies. In some cases, women's suffrage was achieved through constitutional amendment and legislative action, as in the United States with the 19th Amendment in 1920. In other cases, it required more dramatic forms of political action, including civil disobedience and mass protests, as in Britain, where the suffragettes used increasingly militant tactics to draw attention to their cause. The struggle for women's suffrage also revealed the importance of social and economic changes in shaping political developments. The Industrial Revolution had created new forms of employment for women, challenging traditional assumptions about their role in society. The expansion of education had produced a generation of women who were capable of participating in political debate and organization. These changes created the conditions that made women's suffrage both possible and, ultimately, inevitable. Similar patterns characterize the extension of democratic rights to other excluded groups. The abolition of slavery in the United States, achieved through civil war rather than gradual reform, was followed by the 14th and 15th Amendments, which theoretically granted full citizenship rights to African Americans. But the practical implementation of these rights was undermined by the system of racial segregation and disenfranchisement that emerged in the post-Reconstruction South, revealing the gap between formal democratic principles and actual political practice that the Industrial Revolution created. New challenges for democratic institutions that the Enlightenment theorists had not anticipated. The growth of large-scale industrial production, the concentration of workers in urban areas, and the emergence of new forms of economic inequality all challenged the assumptions about property and citizenship that had shaped early democratic theory. The rise of socialist and labor movements in the 19th century represented a fundamental challenge to the liberal democratic tradition that had emerged from the Enlightenment. These movements argued that political democracy was meaningless without economic democracy, that formal equality before the law was insufficient as long as vast inequalities of wealth and power persisted in society. The response of existing democratic institutions to these challenges was mixed. In some cases, democratic systems proved capable of accommodating demands for economic reform through the expansion of social welfare programs and the regulation of industrial production. The gradual development of the welfare state in countries like Germany and Britain represented an attempt to address economic inequality while maintaining the basic structures of democratic capitalism. In other cases, the tensions between democratic principles and economic inequality led to more fundamental challenges to existing institutions. The Russian Revolution of 1917, the rise of fascist movements in interwar Europe, and the various socialist revolutions that occurred throughout the 20th century all represented attempts to create alternative forms of political organization that would address the limitations of liberal democracy. The experience of the 19th and early 20th centuries also revealed the importance of international context in shaping democratic development. The spread of democratic institutions was closely connected to the expansion of European imperial power, creating a paradox where democratic nations governed vast overseas territories without extending democratic rights to their colonial subjects. The contradiction between democratic principles and imperial practice would become increasingly problematic as colonized peoples began to demand the same rights that Europeans claimed for themselves. The various independence movements that emerged in the 20th century drew explicitly on Enlightenment principles of natural rights and popular sovereignty, using the theoretical foundations of Western democracy to challenge Western domination. The two world wars of the 20th century represented both the greatest crisis and the greatest triumph of democratic institutions. The defeat of fascism and militarism vindicated the claim that democratic societies were more resilient and adaptive than their authoritarian alternatives. But the wars also revealed the fragility of democratic institutions and the ease with which they could be undermined by economic crisis, social polarization, and external threats. The post-war period saw an unprecedented expansion of democratic institutions with the extension of suffrage to previously excluded groups, the development of international human rights law, and the gradual democratization of societies that had previously been governed by authoritarian regimes. But this expansion also revealed new challenges and limitations that the Enlightenment theorists had not anticipated. The development of mass media, the increasing complexity of modern societies, and the globalization of economic and political relationships all created new challenges for democratic governance. The informed citizenry that Enlightenment theorists had assumed would be capable of rational, political participation seemed increasingly difficult to achieve in societies characterized by information overload, social fragmentation, and economic inequality. As the 20th century drew to a close, democratic institutions had achieved a global reach that would have astonished the Enlightenment philosophers who had first articulated their theoretical foundations. But the practical experience of democratic governance had also revealed the limitations of the theoretical framework that had inspired the democratic revolutions of the 18th and 19th centuries. The question that would define the future of democratic governance was whether the institutions created by the Enlightenment generation could continue to evolve and adapt to meet the challenges of an increasingly complex and interconnected world. The theoretical foundations laid by thinkers like Locke, Rousseau, and Montesquieu had provided the intellectual basis for the democratic revolutions that had transformed the political landscape of the modern world. But the work of building and maintaining democratic institutions would require the continued efforts of ordinary citizens who would face challenges that the philosophers had never imagined. The story of democracy's origins was not a tale of inevitable progress or predetermined outcomes, but rather a complex narrative of human struggle and adaptation. The democratic institutions that emerged from the Enlightenment were neither perfect nor permanent, but they had demonstrated a remarkable capacity for evolution and reform. The challenge for future generations would be to preserve the essential principles of democratic governance while adapting its institutions to meet the changing needs of human society. As the sun set over Westminster and the members of Parliament dispersed to their homes, they carried with them the weight of a tradition that stretched back through centuries of human struggle for self-governance. The Enlightenment had provided the theoretical foundation for modern democracy, but the practical work of democratic governance would continue as long as human beings sought to govern themselves through institutions based on consent, participation, and the protection of individual rights. The story of democracy's origins was complete, but the story of democracy's future was just beginning.